Hello, hello, hello. How's it going, One Bite? The bite of the one. Let's see how the coding cam looks. Ah, looks okay. All right, let's just go there. Let's see what I have open. Oh, okay. Mm, okay. Transition one, two, three. Hello, y'all. How's it going? My sleep is absolutely fucked. So here we are doing the thing. Well, which I reckon folks on the other side of the Atlantic would be happy about. Atlantic Pacific? You know, the one in the middle, not the other one. Ah, this Eurocentric view of the world, the one in the middle. It's not my fault. We get taught this shit. We grow into it, right? Hey Jogo, hey Cherry, how's it going? Thanks for being first time chatter. Hope you like the chat. Everybody tried Cherry correctly and well and have fun, and whatnot. Mandax, happy to see you. Wake up. I've been thinking what to do with the channel points because we don't really have them enabled right now. Like if you go into the chat, you see that you probably have an infinity of them, right? And I don't know if that means that you've been collecting them, but we don't actually have anything to do yet, right? Or or if it means that they are no things, right? There are no points yet. So I want to enable one thing, and we're just gonna do a dumb one, like highlight my message here. Boom. It's gonna cost 100. That's just the default. How many points do you have? Say it out loud, like. Oh yeah. Woo! Look at that. 100,000. My God. No, 11,000. Okay, much less than I thought. Are the volumes okay? Is everything good? Cherry, yes. The reason is that this machine that I'm on in this tab is running is a. I think this will make it clearer. This is one machine. This is a different machine, right? So I normally just use Tmux. I don't really use anything else, right? But because I have two machines, then I like to have the tabs to keep them very separate and still be able to have Tmux. It does have some issues, like I cannot copy in one Tmax and pasting the other nicely and stuff like that, but that's okay. Hey, people spending their points. 11K. Who else? Who else? Who's got more? I think Jogo, maybe you have more. Neo Angelism is new around here, so maybe not. Not so many. You don't? Oh, that's sad. Man, I thought we were friends. Jesus, 1.6K. That's a bunch. Yeah. Classic carry, good at farming. Get out of here. Yeah. See, Diogo is more of a sup. He's there. He's gonna like give you the mana bottle, right? All right. He's an AFK viewer. You participate. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. You can also be an AFK viewer. Just saying, that's okay. You know? You can't tell that. Folks, yeah. Today has been terrible. Honestly, I woke up with a massive headache all day. I've been like groggy and whatnot. And then I said I'm gonna take a nap, right? And I told the internet my head is killing me, and I'm just gonna be no computer. And then I slept like 6 hours. It's like that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to take like a 30-minute, 1 hour nap, and I should know better. Like I've been in this vessel for 32 fucking years. I should know better how it works, but you know how it is. Anyways. Let's do something, shall we? Oh yeah, before we do that, I posted this real talk. Why do folks use relative numbers in NVim NeoVim? Honestly, they're stupid. Done. End of the discussion. But it's impossible to point at locations. I will remove this. I should never have said well pair programming. A lot of people were like, oh no, but like I never pair program. Most code is written alone. It's like I don't fucking care. Like that's not the point. It's impossible to point at locations, even to yourself, right? You can't mentally fix a location to remember, like, oh yeah, I remember it was like now line 172, something like that, right? And there's just less information changing on screen, which I think is good, for me at least, right? I don't have to think about that. It's there, right? So I asked the people to tell me the reasons because I want to understand. And like the best, the most reasonable thing is bad cops just going like, watching a Twitch stream. What's line 26 do? Oh wait, line 40 now. Oh wait, never mind. I give up. Seriously, if you're gonna stream or pair or anything, if you use relative line numbers, be ashamed of that. Like disable them when you work with other people. You can use them on your own, right? You don't have to be ashamed of it, of course, but just saying that it's much more practical to have them when you're on your own than when you're with other people. And then people giving me things like, I'll structure a Vim macro to do like X for this line and go down the next line and repeat N times and so on. And I realize that some people are much more precise Vim users than I am, right? Like take 6 strings. I literally just wing the number of times something has to happen in the rest of the document by just going very slowly, right? Like, okay, repeat the macro 2 or 3 times, or I think here I show it up, yeah. Or just say like, well, just do it 900 times and let's see what happens. And he's much more precise with this. He's like, okay, I'm gonna run it like 7 times because that's the number of lines I have below or whatever. Which I think is fine. I think it's great. I see the value of that, right? I don't know if I can I don't think the cost is justified for me. And then a lot of people mentioned 2 things. One of those was the fact that you can type a number, right, and then the movement command. It's like you can do that, right, without relative numbers. I do 3F, 3J or 4K or whatever all the time without the positioning, right, the relative positioning. But yeah, I also prefer just going to the line like 4 to 4 instead of I'm gonna go 122 up, right? I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. See the same 13J 22K. I can do this too, like that's not the problem. And the second thing people brought up all the fucking time is doing math. I don't know who does math. Like, I'm going to count the number of lines I'm in and just go for like 429 minus 422 is going to be 7. No, I just go 5 down or 10 down, right? Depending on how big I think the chunk is on my screen, right? If you fucking use the editor, eventually you get familiar with that and go like, yeah, that must be like, I don't know, 10 lines or something, right? And then you go there. What's the worst that can happen? You're off by 2 lines. And then it's super easy to go up or down with 2 lines. Don't get it. I do not get it. I love being angry on the internet, though. Yeah, jumping around without doing the math. Where else? Some people talk about marks, like Pontus here. And I think marks are super useful. but they're too much work. And I know I'm just a lazy fucker here, right? Beep. But I'm just gonna. I think it's faster for me to just move my eyeball to the left a little bit and be like, okay, 407 is the definition of the type, 407. So I'm just gonna type colon 407 instead of mark mode, insert mark, right? And then go somewhere. And then what was the key? Was it tilde or backtick? Okay, backtick. What was the mark? What was the fucking mark I used? Was it A? Was it C? Did I put a number in that? I don't know. I feel like the line number is just there, it's stable. Mandex, you piece of shit. Yeah. I don't know what the policy is on cursing here on Twitch, but I also don't care much right now. If we make it, which we're not, but if we do, then we'll add a beep somewhere. Hello, TTKB. You love relative line numbers? That's fine. You can love them. You can love them all you want. Just don't make me like suffer through them. If we ever pair program, please disable them. Please, for the love of God. Counting. How many lines down, up? I don't know. I feel like this is not that big of a deal. Maybe I think too little, right? If I need to delete 3 lines, I just go 3DD, right? And that removes 3 lines. Well, maybe I'm just not as efficient or as power user, a Vim user. I thought I was. Sad. Let's see if we can get some of those. Nice little, oh, studio light. Ooh. No, it's gonna fuck up with the green screen. That's fine. Reactions, sad. We have more sad? Yeah, this is the saddest. This was me, everybody telling me to use line numbers that are relative. I'm like, but I like fixed numbers. One of these is super trippy. I think it's this one. Whoa! Right? It's like, yeah, I wish there was an easier way to trigger some of those, because you can do the love one, I think, with your hands, right? Like that. Up. Come on! Detect the thing. And maybe if you do like this, it goes into a party mode. No? Alright, fine. I just did the party though. That's it. Anyway, so you can tell there's a ton of replies. There is so many replies. I tried going through most of them. Thank you. That makes sense. Issues to navigate with editing. And then some people told me, you know you can just turn it off, right? It's like, yeah, fucking no. No, we lost the track of the pointer. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this, right? Absolutely. I mean, dude, like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Do they really think I'm gonna be at 299 and type 294 to go 5 lines up? What in the fuck? Seriously? I'm talking about jumps across the document, right? If I'm here, and we have a 400 line file here on the left, right? If I'm here and I want to go 5 up or 10 up, I guess this is 10. I actually realized I have my muscle memory is like 10J. It's already fixed there, right? K actually. If I'm here and I want to go to logger, I either gonna do like that, right? Question log, because I can see the thing, or I'm just gonna go up like that. Because those 4 keystrokes, or maybe like in the 3K, are not gonna save me substantial amount of time for the effort it requires to be like, okay, I'm gonna look at the thing. What is the line relative number? 4. Great. 4K. In the time it took me to be precise about that, I could have gotten there. So, I don't know. Yeah, I need a split keyboard? Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. This keyboard is the fastest in the market. You cannot find a keyboard with better key latency than this thing. And it also sounds kind of good. Yeah, exactly, Cherry. And I don't think about it. I literally don't think. I just move around and I cue these commands in my head, and then my hands just flush them out. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Are you still watching every other stream on Twitch at the same time all day long today? It's right past midnight, 22 minutes into midnight. But yeah, tons of replies. That was funny. 8 p.m. Cool. Oh no, more things. Oh yeah, Joao had a good take here. I know, in the other thread. Let's see if we can find him. No, can't find him. Unless it's here, no. Anyways, I had a good take about using structural movements, right? Because a lot of people, I honestly think relative numbers. The more I think about it, the less I like them, right? I think it is less Vimish, right, or Vim-like to use those than to think structurally, right? I don't know if I could do this myself, but if you wanted to like move up to the beginning of the paragraph, I wonder how do we do that? Like PK? No, P pastes, right? Brace K? Oh yeah. Right. So with braces you move from paragraphs, which in here are defined by a space, I guess. Let's see. Yeah. Anyways, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make the most fucking amazing DSL for writing web servers, or at least middleware-based web servers on Riot. And we want to support a socket endpoint, where you say, this is my socket, and you're literally going to give us a handler, right? Socket handler. And this handler will be spawned whenever somebody connects, and will handle the connection. Okay, you work a lot. Cool. That's the thing. I can see that. Happy to have you here, man. You will notice, Ryan, that you have channel points now, and I don't want to ask how many channel points you have, but I would guess you have about 1 million. You have some points. Don't make me take him from you. Can I see how many points you have? You have tons of badges. Cheer number 1, Twitch recap, prime gauging. Are those badges for this thing? Anyways. Every time I blink, Ryan shoots another. Look at me. I ran Elixir. I lurk. I work a lot. The man himself, Ryan Winchester. Happy to have you around, man. You're a good egg. I heard someone said that, so I just repeated it. I think it's a good thing. I don't know. If it's not, it's their fault, all right? It's Togglebeat's fault. It's not mine. I think he said it. So that's the DSL we want, right? I was also playing around with how to use something like use, right? So this feels even more like just defining a little plug pipeline, which I really like. Skill issue. Okay, so we wanted to have use, right? And when you do use, you pass in a module that implements that interface and then the arguments of that module, and that's fine. And the problem was that our logger module here doesn't actually implement the interface that we have above. So we're going to do include interface, right? We type args. What are you talking about? I guess you just really want me to define a type, don't you? Sorry, I've been thinking a lot in Rust lately. And we need an ID. Why do we need an ID for? I don't like that. Whoa, we got a follow. Ryan resubscribed. Damn, Ryan, thank you so much, man. I want to make rent this month. Thank you. I know, right? It is. There's something so cool about having a semicolon at my prompt. You know, I used to be one of those people, just not pointing at anybody here. It's completely fine to be one of them that has really like heavy prompts with a lot of stuff happening. Like it will show me the Node version, the Ruby version, whether my Git, if I'm on a Git repo or not, if the Git repo is dirty, the current commit I have, the time I'm in, right? If I'm in a different time zone, maybe a different time as well, so I can always see that. And then one day I was like, oh, fuck all this shit. I don't need that, right? Turns out, really, you don't even need the current location you're in. If you really want to know it, if you really want to be like, oh, where am I? Because it's hard to tell sometimes, right? You go PWD. That's it. That's where you fucking are. That's it. I don't have to see it all the time. I just have to see it when I need it. And I kind of like that. But, you know, I slowly become an old programmer that yells at clouds. Yeah. It sounds good, doesn't it? It doesn't sound so bad, yeah. The cherry ass is a prompt. Oh, that would be brilliant. I love that. You know what? Just for today, limited edition. Look at this. Look at my prompt. We're going to grab that cherry. I'm going to put it here. Boom. There you go. Just for today. But please remind me to change it, because I will forget, and you will forever be my prompt. It is kind of funny, isn't it? Alright, so we're going back to the thing we were doing. Where are we? Right? Go back. Oh. Cool. So I really don't like that the watcher sometimes in Linux, it doesn't do the thing. Could be. I can see the value of that, Ryan. Warm. I mean, this is a cherry, man. It can't do much, right? It's usually added on top of things. It's not really the basis of. If it was like an avocado, then like, oh, that's pretty good, right? You can make smoothies, you can make salads out of that. All right, so we have our little args function there. This is heavier than I would have liked it to be, but that's fine. I think I would probably do, no, I need the type above. Okay, whatever. Cool, so I don't need that function there, right? So I can just call args, right? we level debug. What I was trying to avoid, right, is needing to parenthesize some of these things. Seriously, dude, just get your shit together. Because use, oh my god, use is so weak. What's happening? What's the problem? You don't like this thing? Then get out of it. Don't care. And it's not like I can resave or something to get that thing. Sometimes it works great, but some others it's not very good. I need to figure out why. Okay, so what's the problem here? The logger passed just fine. Did it? I don't think it did. Use is still very weak. What is the problem, right? The value args is required but not provided. What are you talking about? We literally have it there. That's not the right logger. Oh my god, this is just becoming a massive pain in the ass. Trail logger, it is right there. What are you talking about? Here. It is not there. You're right. Okay, better. So now we have a couple of those, and I think all of those combinators should be part of a router module, right? So we can do open router in here if we need that. Cool. And then we'll have things like, well, get, right? And this is a string, and we get a trail. Where the hell is the trail? Yeah, we get a trail, and then we'll return. What do we return? Hey Teach, how's it going? Yeah, we're doing that. Just cleaning up a little bit of the router thing that we were writing before. So it compiles, and then we'll add our little WebSock endpoint. Just to walk you through that real quick, the idea is that we have this pipeline, right? And you can do like middlewares and stuff there, right? And then you can say socket, hello, and you say module, my handler, right? And then this, like my socket, for example. So that will be the path to which you can open a socket to. And then my handler will do all of the handling of that socket for you afterwards. So you'll define a module like module, my handler, right? And we already have an interface for this in trail sock. Yeah, interface. And this thing has like an initialization function or handling frames and stuff like that. So it's pretty low level at the moment, but you'll be able to handle the frames that come in with like data and connect and all these things. Yeah, it's easy to nerd sniping. I didn't want to build this anyways. Like this is why we already have, right, the socket interface and all the socket stuff. I think I talked to Diogo at some point that we wanted to do stuff with WebSockets. Egg glitch! Headache doing much better. Had some water, took a nap. Was supposed to be a nap, became like a 6-hour sleeping spree. So, all right. What I'm kind of trying to figure out here is how do we go? All right, we need to fix that as well. This is not really a body. This should be a binary string. And of course, that means we need to do preprocess, BPS, byte string, PPX. I really, really want to grab this thing and just move it to be project wide. So you say, okay, this project is going to run this PPX on fucking everything. Done. Okay, so we have that. That works fine. You get a trail. I'm wondering if there needs to be a distinction between the trail as a function from connection to connection, right? And the thing that we slap on the T, which is a list of trails, right? But maybe not. Maybe we can start here. Okay, so now let's just go to trailml and let's just put a module router. It's going to be router, which we already have. Except that our router, right, has all of these little functions that are very nice, but they build a router of this type. And really, we want to redefine those. Maybe we don't need that interface at all. So that we have, let's see, let get, right? We want to redefine them so we get a path and a handler, and then we will call, how do we do this? Because we could slap that. No, that actually wraps it in a trail. We need to call make. Whoa. My syslog day is doing things. Days are confused but trying to continue. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. That was scary. All right, let's quickly go through chat. Mandex has a potential project to use Riot in the future. Please do. Please very much do. I think Riot is going to be so fucking good, right? That it's already helping uncover weird behaviors in OCaml 5. We have a bug, an official bugo, el bugo, that when Riot uses all of the cores and we allocate a lot of crap for, like, I don't know, handling connections that need to put together big payloads of like HTML content, right? The GC starts behaving super weird. And I talked to a bunch of people before opening the bug just to make sure that, hey, you know, this might as well be a skill issue. And ended up doing a replication. So if you ever wonder how Riot works, this here, that's kind of how Riot works. This is like a mini Riot, which is a lot of fun to play around with. And this replication actually triggers the same behavior. And other people have been able to go through it, right? Make sense that the code is okay and doesn't do anything stupid, which was my first impression. Like, okay, I'm doing something stupid here. Yeah. Well, glad to hear that, Cherry. To be honest, Riot is both the best and worst OCaml I've ever written, right? There are some things in here that I'm like, oh yes, we fucking nailed it. And there are some other things that I go like, oh my god, why did I write this? I'm happy it works, but I just don't want to think about it ever again. For example, just to give an example here. In the runtime. In the runtime, we have, we can go to the scheduler, right? The scheduler is just one module, and it's not that big, right? It's maybe like 700 lines. Not even 600, right? Glitch, yeah, we ended up it didn't work. It was broken, so we rewrote it, and we did something much nicer. But yeah. So this module, the scheduler, is divided into 3 sub-modules that are impossible to find. One of them is the pool module, and then we also have the IO scheduler, and then we also have the scheduler itself right here. I think that the way I've structured this code is trash and should definitely be rewritten. Not as in the logic is bad, right? But rather, you have this big loop, right, in every scheduler, in the scheduler module, and here. And that sort of just runs the run loop function. Oh my god, we're destroying the syntax highlighting here. And we just pull things from queue and you execute them one by one. But you can keep digging, and step process actually goes into different branches based on the process state, right? And then let's grab one of those, like run proc. And then this one actually tries to execute the continuation, right, through the perform function. And the perform function, right, and just goes all the way somewhere here, wraps the continuation by matching on the effect it performs in different things. And then you can go into handle receive. And that's another function that is more, where is it? Where the fuck is it? It's really big. Look at that. It's a whole screen. Maybe even, it's more than a screen. It's definitely more than a single screen. That handle receive. So yeah, I'm not very happy about this, right? I think that I need to split this code and just clean it up a little bit and so on. Definitely because I want to be able to document individual functions better, right? So we can say this is the behavior of handle receive, done. But on the other hand, we also have things like gluon. And I am so happy with gluon, it is just embarrassing. So gluon does this very neat thing, right? Where the top level module looks pretty basic, but includes this thing called gluon sys. And the sys module here, right, is split into operating systems or platforms. And internally, it just includes this module called gluon sys Unix, right? Now, both of these platforms are going to define that module in different ways. In Unix, right, the gluon sys Unix module actually conditionally includes a module based on the platform it's on, right? This is what config does. Hey, Holy Oak. Yeah, probably. So we just pick Apple if we're on Linux or Android, and we call KQ if we are in some BSD-based system, right? And then each one of this, like all of them, really, EPOL and KQ here, they follow the exact same interface, right? The interface is defined above. So in some way, this interface defines, here is how you implement support for a new operating system for gluon, right? And if you get this right, and it's very basic of an interface, right? How to make one of your selectors, how to select things, right? You get a list of events, how to register a new file with a file descriptor with a token and interest, right? And so on. And I can't really claim the design is mine because I mimicked and I learned as much as I could from Tokyo's Mio, right? The Metal IO library that they use in Rust. But I really, really, really enjoy that. It is just such a neat way to package the thing. You know what I mean? Super, super nice. Yeah, anyways, so that was that. So yeah, man, let's go ahead and try Riot. I would love to hear where it breaks, where it doesn't, right? If you're building anything that has like a lot of I/O, really any of the use cases you would use Erlang or Elixir for, right? Riot is made exactly for that. Actor model and logs. Logs is not a concurrency model, right? You can use logs for synchronization of things. And you can even use logs in the actor model as well, right? In fact, we do have an outstanding issue here, if any of you feel like hacking on this, to have process-friendly synchronization primitives. Because right now, the scheduler itself uses atomic, mutex, and weak, right, through the runtime. We cannot use those on the outside, on Riot. Like if you build an application on Riot, if you use a mutex, you're fucked, right? Because you will like potentially block an entire scheduler. Whereas what you really want is to say, I'm gonna like potentially block this process. So other processes can still run, but this one won't until the mutex is unlocked, right? So we need primitives for that that work well with processes. Yeah, and of course, you know, Rust, I think, is one of the best places to look at for how they've implemented some of them, especially Tokyo, right? Mandax is thinking of something close to Croxy. Let's see what Croxy is. No, god damn it. Ooh. Yeah, if it's built in Elixir, absolutely. Like, do it. That's sort of the thing. If anything that you want to try to build, right, is already built or a similar thing exists in Elixir or Erlang, right, go for it. Even Gleam, right, go for it. The one place where I tell people Riot is just not a good solution for is if you need like really high performance computing, like you need all your cores to be computing numbers, crunching something really fast. There's better solutions for that, right? I think Moonpool by Companion Cube is really good. We're not gonna find it by that, of course. It's gonna be C Cube, Moonpool. This is excellent for that, right? Like I have a collection of 1,000,000,000 lines of I don't know numbers, and I want to sum them all together, right? For example, that's good. Obviously, you can still do those things in Erlang and Elixir, but that's not the use case, right? And if you put and compare them to Rust, for example, Rust is gonna eat like even Go or maybe even JavaScript, right? It's gonna eat Erlang alive for that. It's just not the use case. Yeah, and of course, the canonical solution here for multi-core, right, is EIO. I personally really don't like the API that they have designed for all of this stuff, right? I think I understand the value system they use for this, right? As in like correctness and type safety, and I really think that the capabilities model is interesting, but maybe misplaced, right? However, it is a fucking bitching scheduler. It runs fast. It's amazing. It's so efficient, right? So this is by no means right a dunk on its technical prowess. I think it's an amazing piece of tech, and I'm really happy it exists. Right, I've learned so much by digging through the AI code base. In fact, we vendored some of the C code that they use. Well, it's part of Riot. Obviously, we're giving the proper. Yeah, if I can go here, the glue on C's Unix IO. Here, code taken from EIO, POSIX stubs. Glue on Unix readb and writeb. I think I made some changes here because they were using big arrays for things, and I use bytes now. But other than that, should be fine. Hey Pedro Dev, thanks for the follow. I love that image. Fuck, 46 minutes and we haven't done much yet. This whole streaming thing is like great for not shipping shit. Killry and TGJ, yeah. I don't know. Sorry about that glitch. I feel like I was backseat driving a lot. I'll pull back. I promise. OCaml after that. Yeah, exactly. Let's fucking go. How's it going, Dylan? How was the interview? Tell us about that. Write a little bit about it. Damn. You gonna be a Haskell bunny? What's that word for them? Like, we have camels. What do they have? Haskell weenie? I hear you, glitch. Don't worry about it. It is a matter of getting familiar with the types and so on. But seriously, that fill match arms is just going to be a lifesaver, right? The one thing, though, that you'll have to figure out how to do nicely is how to get those underscores into either the variant they should be, right? Or a struct. Because otherwise, it's like you have to look up the type and I don't know. I feel like If the computer can look it up, the computer should know. It should fucking know. It's a variant. Oh, okay. Then I'll just continue expanding the arms, right? Or no, it's a struct. Then I will just put the name of the right struct, the only fucking struct that fits there, right? And that'll be that. Yeah, getting a little emotional here. I hate it. I hate it when computers don't do the work that they could be doing for me. You know what I mean? I don't mind doing manual work, but I just don't want to think. Especially when the thinking can be flawed in a lot of ways. Sending you good energy, Dylan. I'm sure you're going to get either job or both. Or not, and something better will come along. But whatever you want. Like, we're here to support you. So, okay, the thing I'm bothered about here is that if we use this style, right, of building the router, where we can do a scope, and we can just put a scope there, right, and say like API, and we'll do get version. Right. If we use this this style, what the hell did I do wrong? A fun double end. There you go. I think I might make the prompt configurable by chat. So you can pick an emoji or a symbol. You don't like the sound? That hurts my feelings, man. You mean. And I'm messing with you. It's fine, no worries. Right, we have a type difference there. Because this thing is not really a trail, but it should be a trail. Hey, Gamer Mikey. Is lead speech look cool again? Like writing with symbols and shit like that? I hear you. I'm from Argentina, and this stuff, it's just impossible. You don't even think about buying Apple shit there, right? Like, even if you have a good job, Apple stuff is for rich people, right? And then I moved to Chile when I was 19. I went there to start a company or to join a startup that was starting, right? And I realized, oh my god, like this country actually has affordable Mac shit. Yeah. Leave that. It's just pattern matching, man. Skillish. uh, that's actually, you know what? I think Jogo. How can I make you mod? Can I make you mod here? How does this work? Sometimes I think the mobile app is much better for this stuff. Yeah, I cannot make you mod from here. Can I do mod? Mods. Yeah, I can do mod and then Diogo Mafra. Boom. Boom. Mod. Don't worry, just messing with you. Just made him a mod. So you're scared. Yes, and I have the power to unmod you, so behave, okay? Alright, so I like this. I do like this because I want to be able to just drop in a socket there, right? And we probably want to put that there at some point. And do module my handler. Oh, sorry. The microphone is too close to the keyboard and I hit on it. But we have an issue with the current router, right? It uses its own type for things, this one, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because we want to be able to optimize the matching when we have multiple patterns together, right? Hey Meta, how's it going? Good to see you around. Ooh, we're close to 700 followers. Nice. Good to see you here. We're building a router for a web framework for Riot. Oh, Hollyoak, thanks for the follow. Meta Me inspired me to grow my beard. And it's going to take a long time for it to be any reasonably long, or, yeah. But this is what I got to work with. It's also really cold here in Sweden, so growing the beard is a good call for going outside. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Ching. Beers are great for cold, yeah. Dylan, same. Are you serious? You're not serious, right? You're joking. Just want to double check. I will. The moment I get to Latam, I'll shave. This thing is gonna make me sweat so much all the time over there. Skill issue. I couldn't shave for the next decade and not have half of the beard you do at the moment. Yeah, okay, definitely skill issue. Yes. So, yeah. But it's fine. It's fine. This is like the closest most men get to accessorizing, right? Like, ooh, I'm gonna grow my beard or leave my mustache or things like that. Just add, we should accessorize more. I know some people, they hate having beards. You know, the kind of dude that just like makes that noise and just this stash pops up like in that SpongeBob movie. That sort of thing. Dennis was the name of the guy that did that. And they go like, oh fuck man, I have to shave like every 30 minutes. Anyways, back to code. So how do we do this? Because we have a very nice little compiler for patterns, right? And we literally have a little compiler here. And we want to use this for matching things because it's nice. It's really nice. This will be a lot easier, right? If we compromise a little bit here and say, all right, if you want a router, you will have to do router, right? And then you can pass in your routes, like however many you want there. So you have all your pipeline defined above, right? And then you can just say router. Of course, we can open router. Because then the router can deal with the list of things, right, that belong to the router type and convert those into a trail very nicely, right? We have all that infrastructure already. Literally make here, right? Oh, Beer Bobby, nice. What's my inspiration for router main API for the web framework? So right now, we in the last stream we actually went through a bunch of frameworks to look over them and say like, what do they do? We started with Sinatra, which is my. It used to be the framework I used a lot, right, in Ruby back in the day, and I really enjoyed how small it is. It's just like it requires Sinatra, and you get to do the routes there, and that's it. Super nice. We also looked into Hanami, which a friend recommended to look into as well. And this seemed interesting. It had a couple of interesting takes, but of course it's super Ruby-ish, right? Like, for example, using strings here that will somehow become, yeah, the actual pattern, right? The class path. Things we can really. Oh, Purple is raiding! Oh my God, we got raided! Vox! Awesome! Thank you so much for choosing us, Purple. So happy to have you here. Raid! Yeah, let's fucking do it! Raid message, raid message. Wait, is that an API error? I just see raid message everywhere. Oh, so excited to have you folks here. Hi, everybody. My name's Leandro. People here on Twitch call me Leo because that's the shortest version of my username, Leo. It's just completely fine. We're writing OCaml. We're writing some web framework things in OCaml, right? Yeah, that's sort of what we're doing here. So how are you? How was your stream? I'm alright. Super excited right now. Super excited. As you would say, I am brimming with energy. Minus the accent because you don't have that accent. Getting all full. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Hikers. Sunday Dundee. Thanks for the follow. Tops on Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I remember you said you used to watch the stream. Yes. Yeah, and we're actually looking at some Ruby code right now. Even though we're writing OCaml, I used to be a Rubyist, and we're looking at Sinatra, Hanami, and we also looked at Rails at some point for inspiration on the design, right? Like, I feel like a lot of the Ruby community has gotten pretty good at making nice-looking APIs. It's like, oh, this DSL is actually pleasant to look at. Yeah, it definitely has drawbacks, right? But I remember a lot about that. And right before the raid, we were going through some of the things. Like MetaMe was asking, I need to do this. Shout out, of course. Shout out to Purple Elf. There you go. Go follow them. They're working for, what's the name of this Flexile company that are also the same people that do Gumroad, if I'm not mistaken. I'm waiting for verbal confirmation. Yeah, that's the stuff. Thank you. I knew it. I got it. Yes, I got you. And they Other way around. Gumroad is the main company, and Flexile is the new company, I think. Yes. I certainly try. Yeah, they have a very nice stream. So go follow. And another thing that we were looking at was, of course, right, Laravel. Because if our friend Teach is gonna end up being the new CTO slash VP of engineering for Laravel, we definitely wanna take some inspiration there, right? Oh my God, one more for 700. Jesus, that's exciting. No way, Purple 700 follower. Thank you so much. You got it. You did it. Amazing. Awesome. Yes, super exciting. Woo. Yeah, and then we started looking at routing and how people do routes here and stuff like that. And honestly, all routing frameworks are kind of the same at this point. They have converged into this, and I kind of enjoy it. We also looked at Ktor from Kotlin, which was like interesting that they do this thing, right? Because I haven't written Kotlin. I've read some Kotlin in the past, right? But I have not written any at all. And they have the advantage that they have a block syntax, which is the same thing you would get in Ruby, or I think Ruby is the main one that has that sort of syntax. Smalltalk has it, but nobody writes Smalltalk every day today, or maybe not nobody. In case you're watching this and you do write Smalltalk, some people do. And of course, Phoenix. Getting to Phoenix now. And when we go into Phoenix, you'll notice that the routing that they have looks very much like what we're going for. And I honestly think that they kind of nailed it here, right? The ability to define... So Elixir also has the same block syntax for macros, right? That you would get in Ruby, which is kind of nice. I mean, the whole thing looks like fucking Ruby, right? And, I've actually written tons of Elixir, so this feels familiar to me as well. So I am biased. But I think that this syntax, being able to say, all right, I'm going to define some pipelines here that do different things, right? In a single module, it's kind of nice. We have some more constraints than they do. Like we can't just put the module and also the name of the function separately. We need to pass a reference to a function directly, right? We could do something about this, but it's just like, yeah, I'm not going to bend the language just to feed this API. We're going to find an API that also fits the language, right? That it's idiomatic. So that's where this original example was coming from, right? Thanks, Meta. Thanks for hanging out. See you around. Yeah, so this is sort of what we're working with. And the compromise here was that we need to find a way of making the individual, right? The individual bits of a router also be routers in themselves. So if the API is composable at the type level, then that means we can do all sorts of weird things. But if it's not, then we need to introduce some inconvenience, like a router function that takes the routes and compiles the router, right, into a single handler, a single thing that will run a request. And I'm not entirely disgusted by that, right? I think it would be an okay compromise, right? But it would be nice to have something that uses the same type. So if you have a get or a scope, doesn't matter, right? It works fine. Particularly because the scope usually will have a lot of things. And most likely you will have... Oh, 808 because of 808 state. I don't know, I just had to pick a number and I figured, all right, I'll just pick that one. We could put some 808. They have some songs that are like super well known, right? And this is very not like Halloween. Also, this is very not loud at all. Do you guys know this one? Come on, show your age. They also have a couple of songs with Bjork, I think. But this is like, late 80s, early 90s albums. Yeah. They have a 29. I didn't know about this one. I know, right? Yeah. It's been a long time. Okay, I guess we're gonna listen to some of this. I'm gonna put the first album in the queue. Let's see what the queue looks like. Nice. Yeah. And then we can listen to some. If you folks have any requests, just drop a Spotify link and we'll play it. Okay. What were we doing? We got a get here, and we would like the get to actually be. Oh no, little Mozilla thingy. Okay, whatever. We would like this thing to be both a route, but also if it's inside of a scope, then maybe we need it to not be a route. Oh wait! Oh my god! What if? I think I think I have an idea that could simplify the implementation greatly, right? So hear me out. What if each one of this actually builds up just a connection function, right? Like a trail that gets a connection, does something, and returns a connection, right? Just like use does, right? But what get does, what scope does, and so on, right, is that if it doesn't match the actual pattern you're expecting, it just bypasses this function, right? So it returns the connection input just as is, verbatim. I wonder if that's how Phoenix does it. The alternative here would be that they actually compile all of the routes, like they collect them somewhere with a macro compilation time, right? And then they optimize the router. If they do that, then I think we probably want to do something like that as well, because it probably means the other approach is just performance-wise crap, right? But thinking about it, it would be crap. Like, it would be fine for scopes and stuff like that, because the scope maybe it would not be crap. Like, if you have a request, go API v1, and then you want to like do users create, for example, or something like that. Then if this does not match API, then we just keep the whole thing, right? And then this will be linear time with regards to the amount of top level scopes you have, right? You have to go through each one of those top down. I don't know. I think maybe router is the easy way to go. Okay, you know what? Let's just do router for now and move on. Because what we really want to do is just get a socket endpoint there, and that'll be easier once we have the router working. Cool. What else? We got this thing that should be a trail, but it does not want to be a trail because what? better. This expression has trail list, but we wanted a trail comment con. Did you want that? Did you really want that? Or did you think you wanted that? Because I think example Dune, and we also need Nomad. That makes sense. I don't like it, but it is what it is. So we'll do a big Dune format, and we'll commit this stuff. As a feature, introduce router. We'll push that, and do OCaml install, trail.opam, yes. Absolutely. That better? What is the problem here? Trail MLI, the interface of this module, right, requires what? Oh, has a handler function here. $167. What? Are you sure? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the problem. How do we go about that? I guess if we take a list, right, then we get our T and we get a connection, and then we want to do scope root, right, and then put our list there, and then just pass the connection. Sorry, I'm just gonna do see if that builds. Okay, cool. Now Nomad is breaking somewhere else, but that's fine. And I think that's because Nomad is relying on Logger being the library from Riot, right? So at the very least, that means we can exec our example here, hello world. And okay, we need to fix nomad before we do that. So much stuff. No, there, okay. So where was it? Was it in adapter? We do open trail. And we're gonna just do open Riot logger like that. We don't need anything else. Tune format, that looks okay. What commit? There's the whip right now. And try to install again. I'm slowly warming up to the idea that Dimitri had that maybe we should just make. Alright. So everywhere we do logger dot now, right? Which I think should not just there. Okay, fine. Yeah, just god damn it, commit that thing. Maybe we should just have a fully distributed package system like Go does, right? Okay, so that installed. That means we can probably try to run this. And we need to install it again. Okay, so you don't like the example? What don't you like? Should I not include trail directly? Because if I don't, then you tell me that it's coming from somewhere else. So how on earth am I supposed to do this? Required by library nomad in home, blah, blah, blah. Required by executables, right. That's annoying. But I have this exact same version of install globally. Then why can't I? Why can't I make nomad use trail like this? Does that mean I need to move this example over there? I really don't want to do that. Okay, someone else is using that port. Fair. Who? Who is using my port? All closed, all closed, all closed. Got that thing here. We got something here. Don't know what that is. Closing that. Nope. Maybe this one. Okay, you know what? Port. Cool. So let's see. So if we go into that, right, we get a hello world, which makes sense. I'm gonna actually close the htop. We don't care about that right now. That's good. If we go into API version, then we should get none, right? Okay, so the routing is working. We are seeing the logger do the work as well, which is pretty nice, right? You can see here the request number, the method, the path, the amount of time it took to put together the response, right? 8 microseconds. How long it took to actually deliver, flush the bytes, 4 bytes into the socket, 77 microseconds. And then how long it took to close the connection, right? And everything else. So that was 600 microseconds in total. So a lot of overhead after we flushed bytes, something to improve. But seriously, like I think the important bit is we deliver the data right within 100 macros, and I'm happy with that. Yeah, give or take. Cool. So I hate that we need to have this example here and we cannot have it over there, right? On the trail module. Just because nobody's using trail, right? But this is where we are. So yeah, we can actually close a bunch of this stuff in the middle. Go. Guys, Go is so fast. It is just unbelievably fast. This little server that I look at this, right? With Gene Gonic, it is just ridiculously fast. I was embarrassed, but like, how fast is this? Like, I don't. Yeah, it's like almost the same performance you get with a Rust server, right, for a Hello World sort of thing. Which mostly means they have a really optimized network stack, right? Because in Rust, if you do it well, then your server is going to be as fast as your network. You can't be faster than your network, right? Okay, so Atacama, we're good here. We don't need to add anything or touch anything. The GC bug that has been solved, well, not solved, but at least registered. And Mesa is the thing that we were trying to build, so we moved some of this thing into Trail because these feel like common low-level utilities to have when building web apps, right? And I don't want to force people to commit to the entire Mesa idea, right? So if you want to build web stuff, then the bare minimum will be you want to use Trail and Nomad, right? And in fact, you just want to use Trail for defining your thing. Nomad is the actual HTTP layer, so you don't have to even think about that. And you can build your own framework or interface on top of that. Cool. So, socket, right? We want to be able to add that thing. And even though it doesn't run, I'm actually going to first make it compile here. Okay, so if we get that error, then we're good. Probably can get rid of all that and just get the trail compiling like that. Nomad is gone. Bye-bye. Yeah, cool. Example, echo. We don't need this. This is old. This is unnecessary. Great. So hello world. We want a socket combinator here, and that will be part of the router. Would it be part of the router? Should it be part of the router? Hello, Positron. Good to have you around. How are you doing? Good? I do feel like the music might be a little loud, but so we did bump the volume. Working hard or hardly working. Fake laughter. So let's do socket and we'll do string and we actually let me pull it out first, right? Because what we really want here is to pass in a module of sock interface, right? And this thing will have some state and some arguments. In the state view, we define it internally, but the arguments, we definitely want to expose that, right? Hey, AstroSelf, how's it going? trailml. Instead of use, we're gonna use socket here, right? So it's a very similar thing. We got a socket, and we got an interface here, right? We type args. It's gonna be args, and then our variable args takes args. That should be an equals, and this should be there. So we want to get a state, and we actually, yeah, init. I forget what the interface of that is. Init already takes a connection. Okay, so find con. Cool. And takes some args and either returns continue, right? Or error. Error. It does have breaking up with your girlfriend and not being to cry because your wife can't see. What the fuck? Are you serious? Holy shit. What are you doing? We're building a web framework for OCaml. Cool. So essentially, right, we want to be able to initialize your socket like that. Actually, we need to make the handler first. We can probably do that here, handler. That will be sock make, and I wonder, right, if we can pass a mod and args directly there. So we get a handler out of that. Oh no, sock mod. Yeah, we get a sock t, and then we can do sock dot init, right, with the connection. How do we do this for Nomad tests? Because I am pretty sure we have in our HTTP test, right? We have an upgrade here. Okay, these are bad upgrades. So WebSocket here. Oof. We did quite a. Oh no, wait, this is the actual WebSocket module, right? Yeah. Hey, Nika Coder, thanks for the follow. Audubon server. Right, so this is what we did. We make the socket, we pass the params, and then we do connection upgrade. That makes sense. So we want to do that upgrade on the connection, but we also want to spin up a process, right? And unmonitored. For now, we can just make it a link process. So if it crashes, it will take down the server. No, we don't want to do that. We just want to make it a process. Okay, cool. So we will do. What do we do? Con, and then we'll do con upgrade, right? And this will be WebSocket. What was that? Yeah, WebSocket. Opts, and then we have a handler here, right? And there are our opts are going to just for the time being be sock do upgrade true. And I think these are bogus things, and we need to get rid of them, but that's fine. Okay, so in the meantime, right? What we do that, we tell the browser we can upgrade from a request to a socket. In the meantime, we're actually gonna spawn. So handler pid. And this function, right, is in a new process now. And that's beautiful, because if this crashes, it does matter. It will take nothing down. And here we have a connection, which is great, and we will have a initialization, and we sort of expect this to be continue, right? So I think maybe we'll put spawn here, right? So we'll get a handler. And then we'll just take the handler and the connection. Cool. So we will initialize our handler with the connection, right? And here we can put some more logic and say, okay, if we get a continue, we will also get a connection state, which is great. So now we can do, we can go into loop, right? Connection state. If we get an error, then we get a connection and an error, and we want to call handle error, which we don't yet have, right? But we definitely want to put there. So maybe we'll just start with error and just do something went wrong with socket, and let's do Pete first, right? Pete, pp, we're gonna call ourselves. Cool. And if we have, we actually need a handler connection state. If we loop, then that means this function down here, right? We want to be able to, when we get messages, we will call your version of handle frame, right? Now I forget exactly how this worked. All right, it handles. I think this is it. I actually don't think we need to spawn or anything. No. What are we talking about? Yeah, when we do the connection upgrade, OCaml takes care of dealing with this for us, because a WebSocket, it is just another socket handler. And that's why we don't have anything other than this. Okay, that's cool. Thank you, Paz Leandro. That's a good abstraction. Cool. So if this builds, which you want right now because we don't have that module, right? What do we need? We need init, we need arguments, and state. I think this should be continue, right? And we need handle frame, and this will take a connection, the frame, and state. Cool. And now every time we push a frame into the WebSocket, then this function will get called. So essentially this will be the handler of the socket. And yeah, it's very low level, but it's expected to be that way. So if you want to build a protocol over this, then you sort of have to parse the frames, the body of the frames yourself, because the frame is going to be typed already. Okay, so they're doing a nice thing here. Log your info, right? And then it's we can probably do open trail at the very top. And then they do frame, pp frame, right? And they return push frame, so they're pushing a frame back. So what can we return here? can return close, continue, or push. So let's do push nothing. Excellent, that compiled just fine. So now it looks like we just need to pass the arguments to this thing. Right. What don't you like? Ah, okay, my bad. I think I know what the problem is. And this interface actually takes a path first. So maybe we can put it here. We don't return a trail, we return a T. I'm not sure I love where all of this logic needs to be, because the router, like, I guess it's fine. So we have a path here, right? What verb do we use when we first connect, right? What verb are we using? I guess it could be any verb. Hey, Positron, I don't think so. I'm not much of a VR person, to be honest. Of course. Channels are super interesting. There you go. Socket. Path. Okay, so we're gonna make them part of this thing. And it makes sense we were not using the path, but that's fine. What verb do they use? I guess maybe we want to use any. Let's see. Socket, HTTP, upgrade, verb. It's a GET request. That's what we see there, but okay. You know what? We're just gonna go for a GET route. Oof! Compiled. Look at that. So that should mean, right, that this if we install it, right? Good. We don't have a handler yet. Right. But we will use our echo server from before. So all of our tiny endpoints should still work, right? But we should be able to use a little script that I have in JavaScript here that it is WebSocket based. This won't run until we change the port and we go into like the right path. Maybe we can start with the wrong path and hope that it won't do anything weird, right? Cannot find module. Are you serious? Really? Wait, isn't WebSockets like global? Oh. I'm confused. Never mind. I'm being a dummy. Okay, great. So this is trying to connect, right? And then nothing happens because we can't connect. If you go into WebSocket though, then we should see a back and forth because we essentially told our server here, right? Hey, when you get a socket connection into WebSocket, oops. Oh, this is so nice. The fact that that'll work correctly, right, means that the ordering in which this are defined is relevant, which is definitely what we want. So I'm just going to restart the server. But if we go now into WS, like we have here, right, then we should start sending messages back and forth. And this is an echo server, so whatever frame we get from the client, we send back to the client. That didn't work. Aye. What's the problem? Invalid seg WebSocket accept header. That's okay, I guess. Whew. Where is the problem? Let's do something. We're gonna run the server, right? And we're gonna set the logger level to debug to see what we get. This should be much noisier, right? Hey, Felipe Fontana. OCaml is a great language for a lot of things. Definitely good for APIs. It is much better though right now at developer tools, anything that needs to do with compilers and static analyses and building things for languages. But we are doing a lot of work in the community to make it boring. And by boring, I mean make it have all the things you expect a language to have, right? To just start a tiny company, a SaaS, a product, right, that you want to build on. To make it boring so that when you take it to work, people don't look at you like, no, that sounds like a terrible idea, right? And there's a lot of work to do, but we're doing it, and it's coming along pretty nicely. So I would say that, yeah, OCaml is a cool language for APIs. Okay, now we get a bunch of stuff here, right? And we can see how we switch protocols, and we get the request for that, which is nice. We find all those headers. I would love though to see, maybe we can get that with trace. I would love to see. No, this went too deep. We're seeing network traces now. What the hell are we sending to them? Why is it an error that it detects HTTP1? That should not be an error. Maybe a debug or trace log, but nothing wrong with HTTP1. Other than the things that are wrong with it. So I'm staring right now at a wall. I'm gonna look for this thing and see if we can find any errors or something here. That say, okay. It could also be that we changed something in the server implementation and this is in fact wrong, right? Like I would start there. Okay, interesting. Let's see. Oh wait, that was for key, not for accept. Ah, great. So in here we will have the accept, right? Perfect. When the server receives the handshake request, it should send back a special response that indicates that the protocol will be changing from HTTP to WebSocket. That header looks something like the following. We're sending that, right? What the hell are we sending here? Let's go into Wireshark. Oh, we won't be able to use Wireshark here. God damn it. Because this is running on the Linux box, right? I know it feels like it's local, but it's not. Felipe, if you want to get started with OCaml, I think there's some really nice resources in the OCaml Learn pages, right? And they're getting very pragmatic. It's like very down to like the point. This is how you do this. This is how you do that. Boom, boom, boom. Get it out, right? There are plenty of companies building things, right, on OCaml as well. Hrefs is a massive company in terms of product. Like the product they have is just so deep. I love it. It does all sorts of things, right? and they're definitely web-based. As you can tell, like most of what they have here, right, is from a web interface, and it's all OCaml, end to end. Do we have any href people here? Courses in Udemy that I never see. Yeah, I hear you. I'm not much of a like e-learning kind of person, like going through courses and stuff like that. It's just I don't know. I forget about them and I never finish. I'm more of a learn by doing, right? Learn by building kind of person. So additionally, the server can decide on extensions requests here. Okay, so that shouldn't be hard. We should definitely have that down. So when we do upgrade, we want the server key, right? And we get the headers for sec WebSocket key, right? Ooh, sorry about that. Okay, so let's I need to get used to this. Logger. Let's log out the server key, right? Tray or error. WebSocket accept, sec WebSocket accept. Oh look, they have the same ones I have. Just kidding. So this is pretty straightforward. What are we doing wrong? Invalid header. We don't have the header back. Like, are we not setting that correctly? What are we sending? Let's go into the adapter, right? We have a send function here that eventually actually sends the data, right? And we should have a response being debugged. Sec WebSocket accept is there. Huh. But you don't like it. Why don't you like it? That is the error we get? Seriously? Invalid WebSocket accept header. We do just that. We concatenate the client key, right? With the magic string. 2FA, I'm not gonna read that. just gonna copy that. We can't. We take the SHA-1 and we do base 64 encoding of that. My eyes. Hey, Diogo. You know what? We're gonna fake an upgrade request here with curl. And we're gonna see exactly what we're getting out of that, right? I'm gonna do upgrade WebSocket. Oh wait, are we even returning something? Whoa. Wait, what the hell? Are we, is that right? Because I think we're not getting the same 2 equals, right? That is a different hash than the one that they're using here. It's at least it's the same always, right? But holy crap, that hash is wrong. Oh, very nice. Look at our calls here. Timeout, killing a connection after a while. Love it. No way, this is lowercasing things? Are you fucking kidding me? No, it can't be that. It has to be us, right? Lowercase ASCII. Yeah, we should not clean the value. The value should just be the value. That should be fine. What? Okay. Almost. We can lowercase the header. Or nothing. DG S3P S3P. There we go. That's the stuff, folks. That's the stuff. If we go there, we can now run our shitty little node example, and that should work. And then we receive and we get data and we shove it right back in that socket. And then we see it printed. Okay, perfect. So that works. She's pretty nice, right? We can actually just say socket, and then you have a socket, and then we have a module, and it connects there, and then it's running, and it's a process, and it does all the things you want it to do, right? Ah, so nice. So let me commit some of this stuff and push it out and so on. Right back in the socket. We may want to remove some of those errors. Yeah, there. But I also over here, we're going to get rid of a bunch of this loader prefixes. That face. uh, yeah. What the hell do we do? Add. Not much. Okay, so actually, I think we have two whip commits. Yeah. So we'll do that. Then we'll do show. Cool. So that's nice. A little example there. Did you fart? No, no farting. So we have done the thing, the main thing we wanted to do. We're gonna tweet about that. Honestly, I still feel like this is a little busy of an API. I'm not super in love with that. But I think in a real application, um, you would have your whole router as a module, right? So if you go back to Mesa, which is the place we started doing this thing, in our example application here, not the basic router one, but the app one, where we're thinking like, okay, how are we gonna organize a larger app, right? We definitely will have a router file, right? With a lot of opens at the top, yeah. And I think this will look a lot like the example that we just did here, right? I'm just gonna grab that. And let me just do this. Kind of like that, right? I wonder if the formatting style, right, could be a little more compact. But other than that, I think this is fine. If you have an application alongside the logger and then I shut down that app, does it shut down everything? It eventually should shut down everything, yeah. So there's a top level supervisor, right? And eventually we want to be able to say, okay, if your database, right, restarts once, that's fine. You can just, some of the things will crash, maybe some connections will time out, and that's okay. They will be terminated and a supervisor will bring them back up or a client will retry, right? But if the database fails I don't know, 10 times within 5 seconds, right? Then maybe you want to actually, right, kill what's above. And what's above is the entire runtime. So we might want to say, okay, we'll just restart absolutely everything here, right? And if that happens, let's say 10 times within 5 seconds, so it's just like like a restarting loops, then maybe you want to actually close everything down. Oh yeah, this is the song with Björk. Oops. Some weird stuff. Love it. But yeah, in reality, right, the top level. So this will be top level sub, right? It will be something like that. This top layer here at the top, right? This is by default on any Riot app. Corn Petters, sit down, fool. Is this in the lyrics? Yeah, sit down, fool. You own me. I'm yours. I'm the sun. I'm shine all over you. Grab the rays. Sugar. I have no idea what Bjork's talking about, but there's a riff. Banger riff. Dun, 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 dun. Sit down, fool. Okay, after this, we're going back. We're going to cue some Motorhead. I just need to remember to press play. Okay. But yeah, the idea here is exactly that. And if we can add a little bit of the stuff we just did, right? Then we will have our socket, like, I don't know, what do we call it? Echo sockets, right? And that is even a separate process altogether, right? And of course, as a separate process, when it initializes, it might do things, right? So maybe the echo socket actually spins up something like, let's say, we wanted to model the Twitch chat, right? And we want everybody connecting to the chat, right, to be handled separately. So they will have their own socket so that they get the connection, sort of the real-time data coming in and out, right? But we don't want to do all that inside of the Echo socket because that's very low level. In there, we just want to be able to like translate the socket messages, the frames, right, from and to our own application level things. Like let's say we wanted to make a bot, right? So on init, this will spawn, let's say, a chatbot handler. Do you prefer parsing strings instead of the routes approach? Let's see. Anurag usually puts out really cool shit. Type bidirectional writer. Oh, this is with the DSL. No, fuck that. No. I get what you're trying to go for here, but come on, look at this. This is hideous, right? I think it makes sense if you're building an API that absolutely has to be type safe, right? Not other ways. But at the end of the day, this is the API I want to use, right? How this is working internally, no more problem. I find it hideous. You may disagree with that, and that's okay. We value different things here. Then don't use them. That's fine. Um, yeah, like under the hood, I'm actually parsing this, right, and building something that I can match on, and then we'll do captures and stuff like that, right? And to me, that's okay. Like, I don't think at this level type safety is, you know, gives you a bigger ROI. Well, I think it's a matter of a being able to quickly scan right through the endpoint that you defined, and this pattern right is noisy, but this one is even worse, right? Having to mentally learn a DSL and having to parse all of these little symbols to understand what it is. There's a lot of information there, and I just want to see the structure of the API, right? Now, I get it. You could have something that reads these definitions and spits out a very nicely formatted list of paths, right? That you can do that. But then that is yet another step I have to take, right, to be able to know what's happening. So, if I could, I would find a way of enforcing not even being able to decompose this thing, right, into variables. So you cannot say users, right, and move the users list somewhere here, right? Because I think this already gets in the way of understanding the structure of your endpoint. I don't have to. That's the thing. I don't have to build a printer, right? In here, if I want to do like, assuming that we had get users, I don't know, get comment, right? And now this has to be redirected to the top level comment scope. Then we could do this. I don't know, let's say towards. I think this is fine, Antonio. Like there is a point in which type safety is just puzzles, right? That's fine. There's tons of frameworks out there that do this all the time and they don't have these problems. And if they do, people pay the cost. It's a very small cost, right? I think type safety is better reserved for the core, right, of what we're building. So I value here type safety up to the point where the developer experience right gets hindered by it. And I feel like having to learn a custom DSL for putting together routes, I don't want that. I think it's too much. Yeah, exactly. It's just we're valuing different things, which is not to say one is better or worse or one is right or wrong. Like you grab anything that Daniel Boonsley produced, command liner, right? I guess we're not gonna find that. Yeah, there you go. This stuff is amazing, right? If what you value is completeness, if you value type safety to the extreme, right? And I definitely get that, but we don't always need that. So if you don't already know, right, the DSL, the language that command liner has for describing uh, command line apps as a language, right, as data, then you have to pay a lot of cost to do that, to learn it. And of course, you'll say, oh, once you learn it, that's fine, and so on. But maybe I just want a very cheaty, tiny command line tool right now, not a month from now when I'm familiar with it. No, no, no. I get that you're not a zealot, right? You would definitely not be writing OCaml if you were. I think there's better tools to be a type safety zealot. And I get the approach of manipulating data, right? But I just think that we can do better at exposing something that it's easy to use on the outside, right? Well, we still do the data manipulation on the inside. Because at the end of the day, right, the difference between this stuff and you, like, and here is that as a library author, I'm saying I'm going to pay the cost, right, of parsing this string, right, into data so I can manipulate data internally, right? Instead of saying you are going to pay the cost of figuring out how to structure the data. The ADT constructor is nice. I have toyed around with the idea of saying, can we build a router, right, that compiles down to essentially a variant, right? Um, so then you just match, but you match on data. And I've actually written something like that in ReScript for a client or a startup I worked at, and it was super nice. But yeah, if you look at the implementation of this thing, right, internally, we have our internal matcher representation, right, with roots and parts and whatnot. And we have two transforms from paths, right, into that, and from a router into that, right? Because all of these functions are actually describing parser, right? The hell were we? Right, we just pushed this thing here. Okay, I think it's time I remove the prompt and go back to my trusted old semicolon. Shrink. The emoji wasn't so bad to have an emoji there. I think it's kind of okay. Visually, it will still suck to be able to copy commands, right? But that's fine. Okay, so we got our endpoint, right, for connecting WebSockets and spinning up the handlers, and everything works beautifully. So we can try to build something with that, right? So in Mesa itself, our example app is massive and it's probably not gonna type check correctly for a while. But we did have, did we have a hello world? Yeah, we did have a hello world. No, this is in Nomad. Okay, so Nomad also had something there. Maybe we can put it in prod and see what happens. Bazaar, ML, right? This is super tiny and just have a hello world there. Yep. So most of the things we have here are usage driven, right? So we have Bazaar right now. It's a little hello world that we have it there. And this is exercising the stack from here downwards. So Riot, Atacama, Nomad, and Trail. Those things. The Mesa stuff is just very, very early stages right now. So we'll see if that works. So we can go into Nomad examples, hello world, and just move this thing around. Yeah, of course. So Riot is a runtime, right? The scheduler, and this is doing all of the async IO, all of the multicore stuff. Just recently, we got process stealing, as well as process priorities. So you can just like dump a workload on that, and it will just move the workload around the course kind of nicely. And then on top of that, we have Atacama, which is just a socket pool. So essentially, if we can open that here. In Atacama, you say like, all right, I'm gonna start a socket pool, right, on this port using this server for handling connections, right? And you can pass in some state. And it has some other things here, like you can pass the number of acceptors that you will get, right? By default, this is 100, but it could be different. And then you just define in your module how are you going to handle each one of the connections. And we have a bunch of handlers for a lifecycle here, right? So you get handle new connections, right? Handling data, handling errors, shutdowns, timeouts, stuff like that. So that's what Atacama does. It doesn't know anything about any protocols, right? It only knows a little bit of transports, and right now supports clear TCP and TLS really sockets. So this is if you want to build a server and need to listen to many sockets at the same time and handle connections concurrently and maybe have a limit on the amount of connections you have and sort of have some pushback, stuff like that. That's Atacama. That's what it does. Nomad is really the application protocol layer on top. Yeah, exactly. So they, I guess semantically they link a little bit into each other because you have things like amount of like timeouts, right, for receives and ends and stuff like that. But it doesn't really know anything about like HTTP and stuff. It just says, hey, if you give me a handler, I will run that handler, right? And if we go into the acceptor, right? Sorry, connector. This thing just runs a connection, right? Which is a handler, which is just a module. So it doesn't really know what your handler does, which is kind of nice. It's also not a lot of code actually to get it running and doing all these things. 500 lines for OCaml. Give or take. Now Nomad is the actual sort of application layer protocols like HTTP, 1, 2, WebSockets, stuff like that. And it's largely incomplete because, you know, since you know how broad some of these things can be in terms of edge cases and stuff like that. So I've done a broad pass over them to see like, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. And Nomad is also rather small. A little larger, but still. And it works kind of the same way, right? You have a top level. When you start Nomad, it actually starts at the Atacama, like a socket pool under the hood, right? And it has its own connection handler for it, right? And it has a negotiator that picks up the right handler, and then it switches the handlers. And then the handlers look a little bit like this, right? In this case, HTTP1 has the parser in here, in the middle. And I have a recursive descent parser with binary string pattern matching. And this is not yet the byte string that we built with Felipe. This is still bit string. So the syntax is super wonky and the errors are kind of shit, but it does the job fine right now. We'll move it over as soon as byte string is ready for that. But you have your handler functions here, handle connection, what do you do when you get connection, handle data, right? And I think these are the only two that we define here. So this sort of takes care of, you know, grabbing the data from the socket, reading the payloads. Yeah, byte string is a package we built with Felipe. Let's see if I actually can find it on Twitter. Media. Where are you? Yeah, I think this will be good. So it's a byte string, sort of, I guess byte array would be an easier or more common term. PPX, right? That allows you to construct and deconstruct pattern match on strings that you know, may be composed of bits of regular bytes, UTF-8 code, but also I think we have here an example for regular, you know, other lengths. So you can say like I just want 7 bits of this thing, or I want 1 bit to be here, and so on. And it works well for constructing and deconstructing, right? And this is pretty much the same kind of pattern matching on binary strings you get on Elixir or Erlang. Yeah, so we hacked on this and we got a PPX up and running with really nice error messages, and we got a new representation for a string using, I believe, a chord, and it's running really nicely actually. Yeah. So the idea is that we'll be able to use that primarily, like the byte string t would be the default sort of stringy data type on Riot, because it allows us to sort of to do the same kind of let it crash work that you would do on Erlang or Elixir. So if you match something, you can say like, this is what I expect, done, right? And then if it crashes, and that's sort of what you want there, because you are expected to use the supervision model for handling things when they don't go well. Yeah, so we have that up and running here, and I want to move the HTTP parser to this soon. But then once we have a request, we are just calling the actual handler, right? And the handler, if I don't forget, where the hell is defined? Here. This is actually defined in terms of Atacama and Trail. So far we were through the pipeline, right? Runtime, and then socket pool, and then protocols, right? And Trail is the last thing on top of that, right? Which is kind of like a specification, right, for how to describe web apps. So you say, I have an endpoint, right? And I want to be able to run these things in this order for a request. And I have a router. And then when I have a router, I'll get a connection, and I can do things with that connection, like sending responses, reading headers, stuff like that, right? But it doesn't know anything about the underlying protocol or library that actually uses it. So in this case, Trail doesn't know anything about Nomad, but Nomad does know about Trail, right? So that means you can define your application at this level, and we can, in Nomad, swap out HTTP1 for HTTP2, for example, and just have it work fine. What the Trail does include, though, is the sockets, the socket specification. I don't know yet where that's going to end up, but right now it's here. So this is sort of the stack, right? All the way down from the async IO. I think you like this. Look at this. We built this library I'm calling Glue1 right now, which is, I don't have any good examples here. I guess the HTTP server. This is a low-level async IO library. There's some nice tricks to make it go real fast, right? So we use the same model that Tokyo's Mio is using, right, for doing async IO, where you create a poller, you register things in a poller, they eventually get polled. You can call select, somewhere here we do that, poll, yeah, to get events, right? But this example doesn't show it. But the token can be absolutely anything you want, right? So when we create a token in the actual Riot for sockets, right, we are putting as an input, right, the OCaml values, right, and then we actually pass around and the pointer to the OCaml value. So by the time we get the polling event out, right, we get the exact same value that we wanted to act on from the event, right? And that means we don't need any lookup tables or anything like that to try to match the event that happened in runtime, like in, I don't know, KQ or epoll or whatever, right, with the thing that we want to do on the actual scheduler. We can just say, you get a token. Okay, perfect. We will grab the thing out of that token, right, and just operate on that directly. Part of that is done in C, part of that is done in OCaml, right? So like the little bits of C are just pretty dumb, small c. So if I show you KQ here, right? The small thing you need to do here is just to say, okay, I'm gonna save the token somewhere and register a global root, right? Yeah, cute and disgusting, I know, yeah. Yeah, and after I did that, I looked into Mio to see like, how is this being used in Tokyo? And I was like, fuck, they're doing the same thing. So Tokyo of Rust does the same thing. They use the token as a pointer to the actual future, which makes sense. Yeah. So in Riot itself, you almost never do that because you don't use Glue1 directly, right? But the scheduler internally, when it handles his call, right, he will create a token at some point, and we just pass in the process. And this is a very tiny constrained environment, so we know exactly where we are and what we're getting in and out, right? So when we get a token out in the event, then we can just say, all right, unsafe the value, and then we get a process out, and we operate on that. Boom. And it works pretty good. Cute and disgusting, yeah. I hear you. I don't know what your face looked like when I said that it was hideous, that API, right? But when you say disgusting, I smile. I think that I understand why you think that. I think I understand. Because this is the least I've said thing you can do, right? Just like unsaved value. There is an object magic in there, right? There has to be one. Um, but yeah, it's also very low level, so I don't mind. And that was the tour of Riot and related thingies stack. Hope you enjoyed it. Missing the table. Oh, Mesa. Yeah, Mesa is just. Yeah. I think I might rename it because I named it Mesa because of the geological formation, right? This thing. Since I have Atacama, which is a desert, right? See ya, Grandpa. Have a good one. But I might change the name to some other word. I don't I like mesa. I think you do things on mesas, right? Like you put things on a mesa. Right now it's not even Wooderman. It's just like an idea. Um, yeah, I actually don't have anything to show for mesa. I'm just playing around with this right now. Like the one thing we were doing is building the router, but this makes sense to be part of Trail. So we move that to Trail. Bam, bam, bam. What the heck? I forgot. Okay, enough with this music. Yes, that's the stuff. I'm gonna raise my own volumes here. I want to listen to more music. Okay, and we were trying to actually deploy that. Let's go into the bazaar. Where the hell is the bazaar? Where is the bazaar? I don't get it. What is table can DB camel? I don't see that. Anytime. Okay, so we have that. So we can do a fly deploy. Unbound module. All right. Ugh, sorry. Need to bump all of these versions. Alright, we got this thing here. Probably will break in 1,000 ways when we run the test against it, but this is what it is. Oh my god, will that even work? I really hope the fly is doing TLS for me here. Termination. TLS termination for me. What? Ha! Look at that! Yeah! That's working! We got a WebSocket deployed running a fly. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Yeah, so that means we can have servers with sockets running and do thingies with them. And yeah, first try. Look at that. First try. Is this OCaml or what? Right? Nope. Uni select. Who do you take? I just gave you a tour of the whole thing, man. Didn't you see I talked about KQ and ePol and everything? So we have KQ on Mac and BSDs, and ePol is running on Cs, on Linuxes. No, KQ is BSDs. And I learned that the hard way because I got a friend that runs BSD stuff. ePol, yeah. I think it should be runnable. Like, we should be able to implement the IOU ring backend for this. But then again, Tokyo's Mio doesn't, and I don't understand why. Yeah, we can definitely try that. It should be really, really easy to add that. Assuming that there is a sort of event style model to it, right? So here's the interface for Gluon CSMLI, right? If you can implement a module that has this interface, right? Boom. Then we can get it there. Damn, Lemmy, rest in peace. Such a shitty singer. Hellraiser. I also don't like Ozzy. Yes! Yeah, that is it. I have my eye on you, Ryan. I'm gonna convince you to come to the dry side of the force. We have camels. We have oases as well. Yeah. Here it is, Riot just making a riot. However, he says, however, people, however. What? Quiet riot. Yeah, we can do that. We can put some quiet riot. Yeah. I am actually not that mad at all for Pascal case for modules. I think the Pascal case is okay. It's not that bad. I still prefer Camel's Name case, like Cobra case. I think. Oh, really? You saw Quiet Riot Live? Cool, nice. Were they loud? I love it when like bands like this are really loud. But yeah, Cobra case for me is the best one there is. Pascal case, second best, and so on. Girls rock you boys. Get my and mixing up the lyrics. I've seen Keys live a couple of times. They're kind of in the same ballpark of style of music and style of like vibes. Hate camel case when you don't capitalize acronyms. It hurts my soul. To be honest, like for example, IO scheduler here, right? I think this is fine. I think calling it something like that, right, is I don't know. It just I don't care. It could be called that. It would be okay by me. I have better things to worry about than how I smooch the words that I'm not gonna type. The type system is gonna complete for me. I just need to read, right? And I can read both. That's fine. A box? No, no, no. Unbox. We're going for unbox here. Exactly. Dylan's got it. All right, cool. So now we have we can do WebSockets. I feel like, yeah. What do we do now? Should we? Scheduler unboxed. I feel like the thing we were talking with Tej about building is overlays, right? Uh, and if we can do Twitch overlays, right? With sockets, that would be dope. He also mentioned doing Twitch extensions. Sorry for the eyes. And I don't know if you've seen any of this stuff, right? But it looks fucking amazing. Like there's some streamers, right, that for Dota or Baldur's Gate, right, that are using the extensions, and you can actually move around the stream and click on things on stream, right? And it feels like you're interacting with the actual game. Like my mind immediately went for pair programming or just programming on stream. It would be kind of fun to have. I mean, he mentioned doing a NeoVim like extension for Twitch, right? And I thought it would be cool if you could say, I have this file, right? And I need to move there to open it or something. What's the type of this function? So then you as viewer can just click here, right? Or hover or whatever. And then you get the same little bubble. Which, by the way, I recently learned that instead of doing Shift K, which I normally do, if I do Control K, I get a different view that starts with the name of the function and usually includes more information. I wish this will just fall back to the infer signature so I can use a single command for both, because otherwise I'm going to forget, right? But there are some functions that have, this is a good example. This is Shift K and this is Control K, right? Not that big of a difference. Right. Well, we might beat you to it, Ryan, and we built everything from scratch, right? All the way down from this is the libc bindings to the operating system async IO upwards. We might catch up. So you might as well start writing that Twitch framework in OCaml, okay? Seriously though, what I love about you writing that is that I get a free spec. You know what I mean? Like I can go in there, I read Elixir fluently. So I can grab your project and we can just pour the crap out of it like this. So it's a win-win for everybody. Keep at it. Okay, I need a timer. I'm gonna give 300 seconds of OCaml to Ryan. Uh, hello, Ender, or 3 Ender, 3 under 3. I don't know how to read that. Oh, camel, my camel, indeed. Yes. Cheers. So I just took a sip from an empty cup. It's empty. That's nothing. I thought it had water, but here's my glass. There was an attempt. No, no, no. Juliana actually made this mug for me. It says OCaml and coffee. And she didn't know about Dylan's stream. So when I showed her the stream, it was like, oh my god. This even has the same font as the website. This is the official OCaml font. And she says the logo is horrible. Unofficial Mulroy supporter. Yeah, exactly. What's happening here? Oh, this is weird. There you go. Less weird. So this is fun. Born to raise hell. Okay, I am down with this playlist. So we have messages, and we have those go into Twitch, and we get a post message, and there's an extension. Diogo, I think I could use some of your expertise because we know how to build extension shit right in browsers and do post message and stuff like that, right? Don't we? I think we know a thing or two with that. And this is exactly how the extensions API works, right? Like you define essentially an extension, which would be an iframe that is rendered on top of the view, right? So if you see me on Twitch, let me see if I can open Twitch quick. I guess I have myself here. Oh, Spyro. Spyro's here, right? And go follow them, by the way. They build really cool things. They have an iframe on top of this thing, right? So you can do stuff there, which is kind of fun. It is super powerful. And then they send your iframe messages. So from the extension, you can do whatever you want, like talk to the Twitch APIs or talk to your backend, right? You were too late. What happened? So I think we could try to do that, right? Let's see how they communicate. We might even use Create Milan Job for this. Oh, you said I inspire a stream. Oh, okay. Okay, so let me try to create an extension, and I'll do that off screen because credentials and I've already been beaten by this once here. Create extension and we'll do bazaar. Test. Woo, we had a client ID and everything. Oh man, it's just sad that you cannot see all these amazing things. Oh well, this is some code. Read while I do that. Here is the core of Riot, right? This is a model of how Riot behaves, right? Read that. Why you be creeping? Oh, hi Sparrow. We were just talking about extensions in Twitch, and I wanted to go to Twitch to show where the extension would be shown, and I had your stream open, so we just went there. I did tell people to follow you though, so everybody, shout out to Spyro here. Shout out Speedodon FL. Yeah. Or what? I don't know what the cool kids do. I feel like I need a skateboard. Like, how you doing, fellow kids? That sort of thing. So when we create an extension, we can make it a panel extension, right? We can also make it video full screen or video component. Okay, let's go with full screen right now. Version is going to be 001. Summary. Do I have to get approval for this? No. Okay, just create extension. Just I don't care about anything else. Dope. Chicka 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 chim chim chim. Whoa! Thanks for the shout out, Spyro. Speedo. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much for that. We got a subscription from Ryan to Spiro. I actually think the client ID is safe to share. It also bugs me because that screen is so far away compared to this screen over here. So I have to be like... I'll just bring it closer. 1 sec. Ah, so much better. You have no idea. It does make me feel a little more like... Yeah, but anyways. So... Next steps, we need go reference local test files. Use the asset hosting tab to provide locations of your files. So much to read. I don't want to read. I want to sheep something. Some people like to break all the rules. Or you can have exclusive mobile extensions. Yeah, you can quote me on that. I'm A-okay. I think as far as things I say, that is not one of the worst I've said. You need to get the new Vision Pro. Dude, I need fucking glasses. That's what I need. Screen will be 1 inch from your eyes. I don't even know how long 1 inch is. I don't speak freedom units. Damn, look down. Wow. All right. Do you speak from experience? Uno reverse. Yeah. Okay, so essentially we can configure a testing based URI, right? And they will allow us to do things with that. And hopefully we will get something that you folks can mess around with as well, right? And then I need an HTML file that will be shown to streamers in the live module of the dashboard, so whatever it fits, right? And this is what the streamer actions like, you know, take, like create a new poll or whatever. And right now it's just called video overlay, which I think is fine. We have other things here, like the more you configure the extension, you get more options, and I think this one is the easiest one. So let's remember that, right? So our little Bazaar app is gonna need to listen on this port locally, right? Which we can fix quickly, like listen on. And we also need HTTPS, which I think we should be able to do because we do have support for HTTPS. Oh, everything's coming together. All right. We need a config path. So we need to support two routes, right? Video overlay, HTML, right? And config HTML. So we need those two. What else do we need? Is that all? Next step. Let's go to the next step. Oh, I need to manually upload assets? What? Are you fucking kidding me? I guess they want that so that they can serve, right, the assets well. Now, what in the fuck would I put in my video overlay then? Because then it sounds like we actually need a file here, right? So if we go into like static video overlay HTML, right? Then we'll need a page there that does something. I don't really know what this is supposed to do, right? So we can just do like, hello. Can't even close the tag now. And we'll need one of these for config as well. I don't know what they are supposed to be, but this will be config, and that's fine. Right, so these two files, right, config and the video overlay, are gonna be submitted. Okay, so I think I get it. So in here, right, this will load at some point inside the iframe, and it will receive some messages via post message, right? So we'll be able to here listen to post message events and do something with it. So when 1000%, Dylan, if you're listening to this, we want to use Melange here, probably Melange FFI, right, to write this stuff in Melange. For the time being, I'll just do a script tag, right? And we're gonna do some ugly JS. And we'll do browser WebSocket. I don't really remember any of this stuff, so we'll see how the writing client applications is fine. Okay, perfect. WebSocket, we want that. And what else do I want? I want to be able to, we have on open, on sand, Right, they have a different API than we do on the Node package, which sucks. Okay, so we'll do an open, and we want a message. So this is the messages that we get out, right? Or from the server into the client. Cool. So this is terrible, but why can't I get nice highlighting here? And this will be our URL, right? And we'll just do bazaar fly dev WebSocket, right? And then protocols, I think we can leave it empty. Supersonic man out of you. Don't, it is optional. Perfect. So this would not be that fun, right? On messages, we don't really care about server messages right now. We're just gonna do that. This would not be that fun unless we were able to receive something from Twitch and send it through the extension to the server, right? So we're gonna do some of that. Have to admit that setup was too good. You could lose Melange 5 via module script tag and unpack. Oh, that's lovely. I love that. But wait, we don't have any Melange code to bind to yet. Let me do the Twitch extension thing first. Oh no, fuck my life. All right, this is public, I guess. This is not where I wanted to go, Twitch. Come on. I wanted to go to the docs. All right, so we just need that. Perfect. Just give me a call. Don't stop me now. We went through that. We went through that. I need to upload this file to Twitch first, so we won't be able to do that just yet. Required technical background. Oh yeah, Joe. I don't know if you're still on stream, but come on, look at this shit. So I want a reference of the messages that they're sending, right? Because they say you're gonna be receiving post messages, right? But I don't know where they are. Ah, there we go. Unauthorized. Okay, perfect. So we don't really deal with the messages directly, so they have an API on top of that. That's right. We have actions here. Viewer. Sweet little sister. Okay, so this means that we are able to do a lot of weird but fun things, right? Like we should be able to just make a div here, right? And say, oh, actually, even I'm gonna do a button, right? And we are going to grab this button and we're gonna position it somewhere on the screen. And yeah, we could even use Tailwind for this. And the idea would be that this button itself, right? On click, and we can do, actually no, never mind, I'm gonna do it the other way around. I'm gonna define the markup first and then I'll just bind to that. So document query selector, right? Button, and then we'll do add event listener. And I hate that I remember all this crap. On click, right? And then we'll just ignore the argument there. And what we'll do is that because we should have received the information already, right, about who you are. So in other words, we would have some of these events coming from Twitch, like on authorized and so on, right? I feel like there should be a way of getting who you are. Twitch X viewer object only after the unauthorized callback has been called. Okay, we can do that. So we need to call this. And this is doing what? You're passing in the extension token. That will be great. So then the backend knows who you are and can do things with it, right? We will soon need to have a database. Privan, are you around? No, it's really late for Sweden, so he's not around. Yeah, okay. We don't have a DB yet. But we could whip up very quickly something like ETS, right? So at least we have like quote unquote like key value store inside of Riot. kind of like ETS tables on Elixir or Erlang, and that would not be a database per se, but it would be close enough for what we need right now. If we wanted to associate a user with a token, right, so that we can make calls on their behalf when they authorize the extension. For the time being, I'm just gonna wait on unauthorized, right? And once we're authorized, then we'll do everything else. And then we'll find the button, and you click on the button, then we want to say something like on stream, we want to say something, right? This should mean that now we get access to these things. Gotcha. Gonna make a child there. Okay. And open a message. This seems reasonable, right? We connect, we authorize. Once we're authorized, right? We connect to the socket, right? On open, we just log connected. And then every message that we get from the socket will just append to the list of messages here, right? And then every time you click on the button, it will say your name and it will go to the server and come back, and everybody should get that. No, I think not everybody, but like you should get that. Because right now it's just like the server is not really doing any multiplexing or anything like that. But, right, once we have that, then we can do something nice. We should definitely build a little ETS table, right? So we can associate connection IDs and do something like channels, right? So you can, when you join, you would join a channel, and then when somebody publishes on that channel, then everybody gets the message. Ah, computers are fun, aren't they? No config for now. Zero config. Do I need to put something in the config just because before I mess up here? And I need to zip all this stuff. Alright, it's on a different machine very far away. I forget. I really forget sometimes that that is a different machine. I think it would be easier to just copy this thing. Hey, where are you? Cool. So we're just gonna go into temp. Whoa, what was all that? Magic. What? What you talking, fool? Funny. You're funny, aren't you? Yes, you're very funny. Compress. And this will be files. Nope, it didn't like that. So temp bazaar, and then we got files as zip. Oh, I need to submit for review. Okay, who wants to be a test user of the extension? Type 1 in the chat if you want to be a user of the extension. I'm going to put Ryan there. I'm going to put Dylan. I'm gonna put jogo. I don't really understand what to do now. So we have uploaded the file. We have done the things. Version details, monetization, none, capabilities. This is one thing you should know. Okay, so I think I have something ready for a local test, right? How do we do that? We create extension, we start extension, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and now what? Package it, we have uploaded the things, we move to, how do we do that? Wait, how did it go there? Okay, so I need to install it on my Twitch account first. Install. Activate. Set as overlay 1. Excellent. Extension needs to know what the starting point is for your panel. So does that mean that now I get to see my extension if I upload something there? Let's see. We're gonna open Twitch here, right? And we're gonna mute myself. Thank you, Twitch, for doing that. So whoa, there's so much. Of course, there's going to be so much stuff here. Jesus, this is such a nightmare. I'm gonna close chat here so that at least this doesn't look so terribly busy. So that means that somewhere in here, right? If we go to the network, or if we go to the elements, even, right? We should find a layout here or an iframe of sorts. Whoa, there you go. Look at this. Do you see that? That's me. That is my test extension, which I don't think you can see because it's right under where the chat is. So this is going to clean up very nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Lovely. This is a Texas test extension in Twitch that has not been evaluated. May not be ready for prime time. I'll have to tell Prime about that. Proceed only if you're familiar. Accept. And green. No, this is not what the extension does. I promise. We have it visible. It's already added. That's fine. So that should mean that somewhere in here, right, we have an iframe layout. Is this even mine? So let me search for bazaar, right? No, I don't see that there. What if I refresh the page? I don't see a button either. Are we seeing any WebSocket connection? Yes, but not to my server, so no. You see something? So we're trying to find where the hell is the actual thing loaded. The video overlay, right? Just call that. So network video overlay. Nope. Ah, dumbass. Yeah, of course we're never gonna see that, right? Because this thing is not being served at all locally. And I think they even have a guide on how to do this with like Python and shit. Develop your extension. I could do this. I don't care. What did not work? Key store file doesn't exist. What if I do sudo? There we go. Really? Do I need Python 3? Or do you need Python 2? I don't have Python 2. Well, that's disappointing. Right, because they changed simple HTTP to HTTP server. Right. Like, I do not care about the stuff. I just want to do a get. What was the handler? Will this be the thing that beats me? Permission denied on port 43, that makes sense. SSL Pamlive, you don't like that. The fuck are you talking about? We created that with make cert, you should be good. That worked? Um, Server side true, localhost. I do want that, but I also want it to be static files. Change. Unchained. I am befuddled. Why is this stuff harder than it needs to be? The hard way. It definitely is harder than it needs to be. One break coming up. I don't want to install Python 2, and the examples for Python 3 don't work. You know what? We're gonna ChatGPT this thing. I need a static file server in Python 3 that uses HTTPS. Go. Oh no, this is 3.5. Means it's probably garbage. Let me copy my prompt. 4. Teach. We lack the technology to run JavaScript here. Did Leo do WebSockets already? Yes, we have. We have a very nice API also for describing the routes that you want to bind to and everything. Then I'm applying for a head of engineering at Laravel. Woo! Head of engineering at Laravel. Dope. Good luck. Ryan, not sure. I'm mostly working on lurking. Damn you, Ryan. Yeah, I think we published everything. So in Nomad, there's an example here, Hello World, where you probably can't see any of this stuff, but just here. Oh, thank you so much, Ryan, boosting the viewer counts. Appreciate you, buddy. Essentially, to each we have a socket function here that you can use to define an endpoint, and you give it a module, right? And I'll paste that in the chat so you don't have to zoom in like crazy, like that. And then you define a module that will essentially have two functions, right? One is init, what do you do when you connect the first time, and we probably want to rename that to handle connection, and then handle frame. So every time you receive a WebSocket frame, what do you want to do, right? And that's going to be typed, and we have a type for frames, and it's a variant with all the different kinds of frames. So it's low level, but it works. Yeah, and we also created a Twitch extension, and we're trying to get it loading locally, right? And I've given access to it to a few folks. I'll give access to you as well, if you want. And yeah, we're trying to get a little, like, we got this Echo server deployed to a URL, right? So you can connect a socket to this URL, bazaar fly dev, like that. And that's an Echo server. So if you send packets, then you would get same packets back. And now we're trying to use that to build something on top of the extensions on Twitch, right? That you shared with me earlier today. Yeah, so that's a recap, everybody. Fuck, we need to update these docs. Nick! Whoa, Ryan again! With a sub stream. Amazing. All the streams, all the subs. What are you doing, Python? Just give me my fucking file. Does it even get there? Aromancer. Okay, I can't Python as I once did. So this is not working out. Is there any node server that does what we needed to do? I can't believe we're spending this much time in this thing. Are you serious? That worked? And I guess now we just need to say secure. And we're gonna move close key, right? So just keep him. Thank you, JavaScript. So now we get that. It's just so weird. What the fuck's happening there? This is a plain text file, isn't it? Cat video overlay. No, it's not. Seriously? What did I do? How did I break that file? Cool. Cool. We should see that little button and it should do things. That is the thing, right? So we just need one more thing, and I think that will be dash H for the host, right? Nope. Address. Dope. And I think now we can actually update the port as well. We don't need it to be 433. We need it to be this. So maybe that doesn't need sudo. Perfect. So if we go back to my stream, right, and we refresh, I expect that somewhere in here we'll see a tiny little button. Nope. Didn't do that. Because can we even go here? Yeah, we can. Why can't you? And I guess that's because we don't really have a safe server, right? Like the browser doesn't like our certificate. This is stupid. I would like the browser to just accept my certificate. Connection is secure. What are you talking about? Certificate is valid. Sale cache. Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. I need to actually trigger, since this is an extension that is not yet published, then you have to actually come here, click, right, and accept it. And now it loads. And we have a fucking button. Yeah. All right. So we have that thing there. We can click on it. And then it's so poorly positioned. It is so hard to click on it. All right. We're gonna change that a little bit. Video overlay, right? So this will be margin top. How do we do this thing? Margin top. Let's do 50 pixels. That's fine. He did not like it. Why don't you like it? It is cached, of course. Much better, right? So we have a socket that is connected here, right? I'm gonna move to just sockets here, web sockets. And here, that's fine. And if we click, then we should see a message, right? No, what the hell did it do? Click. Socket send. But we're not sending anything. Yes, we have stuff here. It's working. All right, I don't know who else wants to help me test this thing, but as far as I'm concerned, data is coming out, right, of this socket, of this shitty little socket we have here, right? And is going to the server that's running live on Bazaar Fly Dev, right? And then sends a message, and when it comes back, it gets appended on the screen list here. And we have a number here that I thought was going to be my viewer ID, but I don't see my viewer ID being shared, right? So I don't know if that's what's the issue there. Yeah, I don't know if you're watching Teach still, but I think this would be like the basis, right? We got the extension loaded. You actually can send data from Twitch to the extension, right? While you're interacting with the overlay. And the extension is connecting to a backend, right? And we're doing things with the message, and then that message comes back into the extension, right? So now that we have that in place, we can add some of the fun things, which are, for example, a small in-memory key value store. So we can do channels, right? And we can connect multiple sockets to the same channel, and we can do broadcasts. So then when you say hi, then everybody that's connected would actually get that message, right? And not in this case, this is working like an echo, right? For myself. So when I click on say hi, then it will always say my ID here saying hi. Also, clicking fast on this thing is a bad idea. But yeah. So I'm gonna add that. Let's go to Riot and just add a little key value store here. Shouldn't be hard to do. What do you need to build? Redis? Oh, easy. We can do that, right? So we're gonna go into lib, right? And here we will have I don't know what to call this, because in Erlang we have ETS, which works great, and it works great for Elixir as well, because the E. OTS. How do you feel about calling it value store? Or key value store? ODS, odds. How about yes? Okay, we'll do key value store. And I'm tempting you there with this syntax, but how about that? Sounds better? I think KV store is good. We can do that. So the main issue with this stuff is that now the files need to follow this naming, right? So I cannot have all lowercase files, but we can definitely re-export that as KV store like that. Stash. Odis. I don't mind calling it key value store. I was just looking at the different ways it looks, right? Anyways, I'll go with that for now, and we'll key value store. So A key value store is really just, if we do a type here, right? It's going to be parameterized by some value, the name of the key. But it's really just a hash table, right? So we'll do how do we do this? Because we want to use hash table with t, and then this t actually has to. All right. Sorry. We will need to fix the key and the value. So this will be not nearly as flexible, right, as the key values that you get in Elixir. And that sucks. Because you would like to be able to put any term here, right, or multiple terms. So maybe we need this to be a heterogeneous map. Else you will have to like naturally partition your data by its type and say, I have, stream IDs or user Twitch IDs, right? And sockets. So I'll have one key value stored for those things, right? So this is almost just like a table with just two columns, right? And you can't really add more things to that. Anyways, so when we, I forget how ETS, the API for ETS is probably one key. We can do a start link, right? And then, yeah, we don't get anything more than that. And we want to get a PID, so we'll do a spawn link, right? And then we get OK PID. We will do an init function here, and this thing right now doesn't have any arguments. We'll probably want to have some arguments later on, right? So right now I'm just going to go with that. And then we can change the signature. And then we'll do some things, and then we'll do a loop, right? State is going to be table, hash map, hash table. Create, right? And then we'll do a size of 0 at the beginning. So we'll just loop over that. And then we can do a loop, right? And then looping here is pretty straightforward, right? We just match receive and do nothing with that, right? And we'll have two messages. We'll have a message for get, right? Where you get a key. And you get a PID and a key, right? You need to find the key and return that to the PID. So we'll do handle get. So state PID key. Ryan, this must be so familiar for you, right? Right? Like the way they're building this loop, receive, get. And it's like, oh, handle get. That sounds like something I could write. You can do this. Yes, I know, right? It's like, getting tempted already. So we'll do a match, right, on the state table, and we'll do hash table. Find opt, right, state. I realize I must be so annoying. Like, Ryan, are you looking, Ryan? Is this familiar to you, Ryan? Do you like it? So we have nothing. We'll just send the PID receive do. I know, right? Yeah. Pretty close. So we'll reply back, right, with no found. If we get some key, we'll just reply back. We can even do that. And then we just loop states, right? And then when we do put, we get a PID, a key, and a value, right? handle put. I guess no, we don't need a repeat here. We just get a key and a value, right? And we'll just loop with the state after we modify our hash table. Cool. So now we need to define our messages. So we'll do message t plus, right, equals, and we'll have get of a ped and a key. Oh no. Okay, this might be harder than I anticipated. Low key calling me a child. Classic Ryan. We'll need to be a little smarter here, but this is the core, right? This is the thing. The smarter thing will have to be around the message that we send and get back. But we have built a gen server before, so we can handle this. So you're a decade older than I am. Got him. I wonder if it makes sense for us to just use this instead. Because we have it, right? It would be fun to implement the key value store as a gen server. Let's give that a shot. I'm gonna put that in a buffer there, and we're gonna say, all right, we need to do a gen server, right? Store start link here with nothing. It's just gonna be a call to gen server start link, and we'll need to pass in an implementation, right? And that implementation will live right here. And we'll also need some arguments. Arguments, unit, type, state. We know we want to have a table, right? So the annoying part here is that if we do this, we cannot really define a table that's polymorphic, right, over the things it stores, because we cannot have type parameters in our state, right? So we have to conceal the types of the key and the value in a get, which I'm not in love with. handle call, we get a request, right? We will get a P to reply to, and we get our state. But maybe it's okay for it to be unsafe at this point and be safer outside, right? So we'll see how to do that. We want to do a get, right? And get, we'll get a key, and we need to specify the return value get here. We had an example here of how the gen server should look, and it looked kind of cool, right? We had our type, but in this case we knew exactly what value we would get out. So we got a key, but we don't really know what the key is. Okay, so maybe we will have to define, right, a type for keys that are associated with a value. Let me do something dumb first. We're gonna start with a string, right? If you say get and you give me a string, then I will return something back to you, right, as the response. So now when we do match here, right, I will need to do type res gen server rec. Then this should be, if we don't have a type, do we have a syntax error somewhere? What don't you like? You can't destruct this? Okay, that's disappointing, but get a get here and we get a key, right? And we need to return a response. And the response is defined, right, in here actually. So if we do have a state and we have a hash table, right? Find opt state table, right? Key. That should give us back an option. Which would be the right result to return. And then if you do a put, right? We will get a unit back. So we don't really return anything. So key value, hash table, replace state table key value, right? Right, K and V here are essentially hidden in the state. So we might need to extend the gesture, right? So that state is actually parameterized. But when we do that, yeah, we can't really do a lot of things. Like the unpacking. That kind of sucks. So we'll have to figure out a nicer way of doing this. Alternatively, we would use something like HMap. OCaml HMap. Nope, not that one. This one. So these are heterogeneous value maps, which are pretty cool. And the map itself, right? It doesn't have any parameters, but the keys do. And that would actually make it easier for us to use get and put, because you would essentially have to provide a key, and the key would have the type of value that you expect. So on here on the left, instead of having string, we'll have essentially a value, right? And that will be a key. And we can extract the same value parameter from both. So we can go into Doom project, or actually I think maybe we can start by installing HMap, and we'll include it into the leave Doom. So instead of that, we'll just have an HMAP here. And we can get rid of that get, thank God. I think this will be empty. So now we do HMAP, right? And we can do get. That throws, right? Yeah. Find, like that better. We got the key and the map, and that should return an option. Cool. So one thing that we have that we got wrong here on the gen server is that we actually need to update the state as we go along, right? So when we do a call, right, we don't really just return a response like that. We need to be able to say if there will be a response, right? And if whether there is or not, what the new state would be. And I think we have that here. Handle call. But this is not really updating the state, right? And go. Include gen server. Do we have a default? We should. And that will just implement these things. I guess you need. We don't know what to return otherwise, right? So let ignore. Let call. We get a request from state, and we return nothing. Okay, so gen server. what's the problem? Riot MLI 357. I fixed that. I literally just changed that, right? Oh, right, gen server main. Cool. So that does the trick, and that means we have a gen server that we can build on. But we want some nicer APIs over it, right? We want a get, right? And ped and a key, and then we'll actually call gen server call ped, and we'll do OTS, right? And we'll do put ped key value, right? And that will be gen server call as well. Ped. So the one thing I don't like is that we are leaking the fact that we are working, right, with HMAP keys here. So maybe we will wrap that up. I guess we can fix it in the interface. So I would like to be able to create, right, a key out of anything here, so any value really. So that the API to this would feel more like, you know, key value store. You do a put, right, and then hello, right, 1 2 3 4, like that. So that builds the thing. Cool. So we have a little store now, which means we can, if we speed it up, we can save things there, and they should just persist as long as that process lives. And since we're linking that process to the owner, then if the process dies, then we'll die. And I'm tempted to call this something like in memory store. Memory store. We'll go with store for now. I think it's general enough. And this thing for Ryan's, I guess, surprise, actually allows us to put anything in and out and associate it with anything as an input or an output, which is kind of nice. So you can do like strings to ints or whatever you want, right? And as long you have to get with the key that you use to put things though. So you can't just um, like have three processes, right? Create a random key to get the same thing out. I am not too excited about that. And I feel like we can find a compromise here where we create like we can create a key, right? And that key will be unique to the hash of its input, for example, right? In a way that will be hard to mess up with, right? So that if you replicate the same thing somewhere else, we also know, okay, this is probably the same type, so it's fine. We'll see. Anyway, so now that we have that and it's exposed, we can try to use it. So I'm gonna just make a little commit for this. Riot introduce memory store, and we'll install Riot. Is the stream okay? Yeah. So a little Bazaar app, right? Bazaar. There you go. This can actually, when we initialize socket, right? Even earlier, when we start the whole application, right? We have a couple of child specs there. We can start a new a child spec for a Riot store, right? Why do you do this to me? The absolute worst. Okay, whatever. So we yeah, build. Right, so that's not what we expect. Fine, we can add it to our endpoint. Oh shit, it's 5 in the morning. Oh. Alright, I think it's time we go raid someone. It's just getting kind of late. So we'll do just that. Let's see who is online. There's Prime, there's Mawixi. Now we can go raid Spiral. Great song. Twitch, Spiral. Oh yeah, Spiral Raid 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody go, have fun, take care, be kind, all those nice things. Yes. And I'll see you soon.